fresh air, kill some COVID, get some sun on you, vitamin D. Yeah, sunlight, best source of vitamin D. And, all those other things that kill some COVID. Leave the mask at home because all you end up doing is hauling around all that trash and filth that you breathe in and out. That's all the mask is good for is, keeping all that crap concentrated on a filthy piece of cloth or paper, and then you transfer that, you haul that around with you everywhere you go and leave it and make other people sick with it. So, leave those masks at home. CDC says they're no good. MIT says they're no good. Who else says they're no good? Pretty much everybody at this point.
Anybody with common sense.
Yeah.
All right, don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on the live video stream. That's coming at you from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or weeb990.com. Any of the three addresses will get you there. Top middle of the page is where the video link is. If you just want our audio anytime, 24 hours a day, it's there for you also in the upper right-hand corner of any of our web pages where the icon says on the air, listen live. If you click it once, you're listening that quick. Weather for us today here in the San Hills area. Look for clear skies, sunny skies, high of 58 today. Tonight still clear, a low of 35. For Thursday, sunny and clear, high of 64 as the warm-up continues. Thursday night, clear and 33. Friday, sunny and 66. And then, let's see, give me some background there. Thank you. Come on. Friday, sunny, high of 66. Saturday, sunny, 67. And Sunday, itty-bitty chance of a scattered shower. Otherwise, look for partly cloudy and 54 as things cool back down again. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are calm. Pressure's 13. Radiation, solar radiation, 8 watts per square meter. Dew point 31, humidity 87%. It is sunny and 35 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, it is 7:37 past the hour. Next hour, John Zumwalt Zone will be in the house, and you should be here for that. Always something breaking on the Zumwalt Zone. Let's see, I got a bunch of stuff, but where to start? We'll start with our sound bites, I guess, and work our way out from there. Come on, Windows, play radio with me today. All right, best of the late night unit boys from last night. Now remember, Fallon and Seth Meyers are off during the Olympics because they're not funny anyway. But let's see if Stuck-Up Jimmy can do anything.
The Oscars, of course, are our chance to honor all the great movies we watched on television. The big winner, nomination-wise, was The Power of the Dog. The Power of the Dog got 12 nominations, one for every person who saw it. The biggest snub, and I'm actually even angry about this, is the unforgivable omission of Spider-Man No Way Home. How did that not get one of the 10 nominations for Best Picture? There are only 11 movies made this year. Forget the fact that the movie made $750 million and is still going. This was a great movie. It wasn't in the top 10 best movies of the year. There were 3 Spider-Men in it.
Oh, I'm just rolling on the floor with all that.
Well, had I watched any of the Spider-Man movies, I guess maybe I'd understand what he's talking about. I didn't.
Well, I'm just going to give one category for Best Picture, and they got a ton of them in here. Let's see, got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 movies. Whereas before they had 5, wasn't it?
I really don't know. I haven't paid attention to any of that in ages. I couldn't tell you the last time I bothered with that.
Anyway, for Best Picture, Belfast, haven't seen it. The Power of the Dog, haven't seen it. Dune, I saw the old version. Drive My Car, haven't seen it. West Side Story, saw the old version. Don't Look Up, I did see that. Licorice Pizza, nope, I didn't see that. Coda, didn't see that. King Richard and Nightmare Alley. I guess I'll have to go with Don't Look Up since it's the only one I've seen.
Oh, okay. Well, I've heard it. I heard they were making the remake of Dune, so I didn't know that was out and released.
Well, the first one sucked badly.
Which one was that?
Dune.
Oh, Dune. Yeah, the first one.
Because some spirit talked to him like this.
That was
the whole movie.
Yeah, that was barely watchable. I don't know that I even watched that all the way through.
As large sand snakes came at him. Yeah. Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
And then they had the, what was the other one? West Side Story. So
yeah.
Yeah, I watched, seems to me I saw the original way back when. Haven't watched it in recent times. So, and then, like you say, the rest of the movies, I have no clue what they are.
Well, we'll just have to see what happens. What's this? In March is when they come out with the winners.
Great.
No, it's a hard time, a lot harder to wait for that, Colonel, but we'll just have to find a way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, other things happening in our soundbites this morning. Listen to this woman at her computer mocking the question on an upcoming job interview, and then realize it's being recorded and her potential employer will see and hear the whole thing.
Okay.
Here we go.
So, the question is, the stupid, cheesiest question I've ever read in my life. All right. What is your impression of SkyWest company culture, and how does that resonate with you? Oh, no. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was recording. I was practicing.
That's great. That's absolutely great. Technology, man, gets you. In the old days, hey, write this essay or whatever, so, you wrote it out and practiced it or whatever. No, this thing's being recorded. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. All right, Long Lost Brothers in Lake Tahoe. Let's see. Yeah, Long Lost Brothers in Lake Tahoe found each other because one saw the other featured in a local news story on KCRA Channel 3. Here are Randy and Eddie Waits talking about how they found each other after all these years and because of a local news story and a little luck.
Just unbelievable.
It is.
Where you been all my life?
I don't know. Where have you been?
Yeah, right. Said I've seen him on the news, and I've never met anybody else that had the same spelling of my last name.
I saw his features, and he actually looked a lot like my dad in the eyes.
This is almost an out-of-body experience. The whole thing is surreal to have not only a brother, but a family that I never even knew existed. It's beyond words.
Okay. Well, Colonel, when you sit down at one of your fancy military meals or just a fancy meal, and you're sitting there, and they bring out bread, hot bread, and they put a big old hunk on your bread plate, and they set the soft butter right next to it. What is the correct way to get that butter and bread together?
Use your fingers. There should be a butter knife there somewhere.
Yeah. But the question is, how do you butter your bread?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
The proper etiquette way to butter your bread.
You mean smear it on from the right or the left or what?
All that.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay, about smearing on. If you're sitting at the table, what would you do?
Well, I don't know what the bread's going to be on the left. You're going to pick up the butter knife with your right, and pick it up, and
that part isn't important.
I just go ahead because I have no clue what you're getting at here.
Okay. Well, it's not what you think.
I know it's not what I think, because I can't imagine what the hell you're talking about.
You've been buttering your bread wrong all your life.
Oh, okay. All right, great.
Unfortunately for you,
good to know.
We have adequate expert, Dr. Clinton Lee, who will explain how to do it properly.
Great.
And please pay attention.
What we should do, take the bread, take the entire piece of butter, place it onto your plate. This is where the saying comes from, breaking bread. So you break the bread into small pieces, mouth size, bit of butter it, perfect, and that's how it should be done.
All right, well, what he's talking about is instead of picking up the whole piece and shoving it in your face or taking bites out of it.
Or buttering the whole piece.
Yeah, exactly. You're supposed to, all right, well, that's not buttering the bread. You're just supposed to peel off a piece or tear off a piece of bread that you want.
And butter it, and then poke it in your face.
If you want butter on it, yeah, okay. I understand what you're saying.
You butter
Breaking
bread. One bite at a time.
Okay. Yes, but you're not taking the whole piece of bread in your hand and taking a bite off of it and then putting it back down.
No.
Correct. Yes, I got it. I understand that.
All right. Now we're all better.
That's good.
With knowledge.
That's all right. That's in addition to whether you break off the piece and put the butter on the piece. That's all right. That's not buttering the bread. All right. I got you. All right. Fine.
Well, you can kiss Valentine's Day goodbye. According to a new study, singles are claiming that the pandemic has taken away the holiday appeal. So enjoy some cryptic writings from Valentine's Day 2022.
Valentine's Day is a day that I hate. Unless you want me to be your date. Roses are red, violets are blue. Watching Star Wars alone and pew, pew, pew. The secret admirer sent the roses on the shelf. But who are we kidding? You sent them to yourself. Doing Valentine's solo won't be a dud. When I spend it with Jose Cuervo and Bud. Have a happy stinking Valentine's Day. Or not. Whatever.
Okay. Today is also both National Chocolate Day and National Toothache Day. Quite the dilemma since Valentine's Day is coming up on Monday. Better get that tooth checked ahead of time.
All right, feeling nice and numb? Just relax. This won't take long at all.
She can't wait till Valentine's Day. She's got a cavity needs filled today. A box of chocolates would just put her in pain. She's got a bad case of tooth decay.
Almost done. Almost done.
All right, well, we've covered the headline news, but what about the not headline news?
This is not headline news. The Oscar nominations are out. The Power of the Dog received 12 nominations. However, none for the ambivalence of the cat. Drive My Car received 3 nominations. It's based on something you would never, ever say to Tiger Woods. Spirit and Frontier Airlines are merging. It's the only way they can survive since all their passengers keep winding up on the no-fly list. And there was a 2.7 earthquake in the LA hipster neighborhood of Silver Lake yesterday morning. Officials say there were tens of thousands of dollars lost in spilled chai tea lattes. This is not headline news.
Yeah, the big one's coming eventually.
Here's a woman almost begging her daughter to say mama. But all she gets is dada. And more dada. Let's see how she's doing now.
Say mama. Dada. No. Say mama. Dada.
Yes.
No. You say mama.
You're getting everything.
Dada. No. You say mama.
If you say it wrong again, I'm going to jerk you up, take you back there, and wear you out. No, they don't do that anymore, do they?
It better not be.
Well, the woman was encouraged her by grinning, no. The kid gets the facial clues. This is the answer she wants. Okay. A woman just found out that her 13-year-old brother, who is more than 5 years younger than her, is actually her twin. Anna Hipkin revealed on her TikTok that because of IVF, in vitro fertilization, her mom was able to have her twin brother years later.
We are both IVF. Basically, we were both conceived in a dish, long story short. And then I was put back in my mum, and then my brother was put in the freezer for 5 years. So there was 5 years between us. So yeah, I'm 19, he's 13, nearly 14.
So she doesn't actually know how old he is, but yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, okay. Well, wish I could have understood her, but kind of a mumble there until the end when she says 19 and 14, maybe 15.
A new study shows that a hookup is more likely to happen during a date if the woman makes the first move. If the date is initiated by a woman, there is a 63% chance it will end up in the bedroom, compared to just 56% if initiated by the guy. Here's a little movie help for you.
I like sex. It's nice.
Borat, I believe. Okay. Here's a happy story for you, Colonel. One to put a smile on you. A Pennsylvania teacher is getting praised for always greeting his students and making them smile. Here is Tyler Zollner from Stilton High Spire Elementary School, brightening his students' day and explaining why he does it.
Mr. Z is one of our friendliest faces.
Good morning. How are you? Look at you. You got some makeup on today, girl. What's up, Kane? Come on, buddy. I get to come out here every day and greet all the kids. It's fun to do. It's good to see the kids, whether they come happy or they come not so happy because it's early in the morning. It's nice to be able to greet them and let them know that they're coming to a safe place and we're here for them.
Well, yesterday on Joe Rogan's podcast, he said what's happening to him is a political hit job.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. He should just drop it and move on because you're just giving them chum to work on, Joe. We owned up to everything, move on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Take your 5 minutes to say whatever it is you want to say in regard to whatever. They took him out of context. He was, reading some things, et cetera, et cetera. He wasn't using that word in a nasty, mean manner. He was repeating it from other sources, et cetera, taken totally out of context. And if you watched, you saw our illustrious Joe Biden as a senator use the word on the Senate floor. Yeah. Yep,
but
exactly.
It's okay for him.
Yeah, but again, not defending Joe Biden, but he was quoting someone or something, I guess, but, using the word on the Senate floor. So Joe Rogan, he's already been offered $100 million to move to another channel, Rumble, I think it is.
Yeah, Rumble.
Yeah, move over there, man.
I would be there this morning.
Man, yeah. Don't stand in my way.
Yeah, get the hell out of my way.
Yeah, it's over. It's done. All these Spotify clowns that they want to remove their music and all. Yeah, go ahead. Cancel yourself, you dumbass.
Yeah.
A bunch of dopes.
Let's see. The last time I played a Neil Young song was, I know, Never.
the only reason I know a couple songs that are his is because in the last week or so, some people have been playing this is a Neil Young song. I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't heard that in forever, and won't hear it in forever again.
Yeah. Okay. I don't need that. The top 3 love songs, according to a survey of 2,000 adults, are, let's see, Can't Help Falling in Love with You by Elvis Presley is number 3. Number 2, Unchained Melody by the Righteous Brothers. And this is the number 1 song by the late Whitney Houston.
But above all this, I wish you love. And I will always love you. I will always love you.
Yeah, a lot of talent there, snorted away.
Is that what she did?
Yeah, she OD'd in the bathtub, remember that?
Oh,
and
yeah.
then her daughter followed in the footsteps a couple years later. She OD'd in the bathtub.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, it is, because that is a good voice. Well, let's see. That's enough of that. Let's move on to some things we need to know today. So we don't, let's do some Twitter quotes first. Ron DeSantis said on Twitter, after 2 years of nonsense, understand this. The medical science didn't change. The political science did.
Yep, that's a fact.
After the fuel ban, it is now illegal to bring gas cans to the Freedom Convoy peaceful protest. Here's what the streets of Ottawa looked like last night. God bless these people.
Well,
and you tell them what you told me yesterday about how they're getting the gas in.
Well, a couple of groups of people have fooled the cops. You know, they bring in red gas cans, but they're filled with water. And then as the cops come over to arrest them or do whatever, you know, a large crowd will come and distract the cops and surround the cops while others go around with water cans that are filled with diesel fuel or whatever and resupply the trucks. But I read this morning that a judge there in Canada, Ottawa or wherever, has made a ruling and said the cops can no longer do that and need to return any confiscated fuel, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, it's an ongoing battle, you know.
Okay.
I think the best part, the other thing I also saw is Trudeau finally showed up in the legislature or the parliament there in, wherever, and was just being chastised while he got up to speak. They were heckling and harassing him and drowning him out. So, yeah, I think he's starting to feel some heat.
And lastly, nothing says Democratic parties like raising the price of insulin on day one but making crack pipes free.
Yeah, there you go.
It's 8 o'clock. We'll be back on the backside of news. Oh, no, I got a minute.
Oh, all right. Well, handing out free crack pipes and raising insulin prices. There you go. Yeah, that's that's an initiative by
Canada.
By Biden.
By Biden.
Yeah.
Neil Young urges Spotify employees to leave the company because he dislikes Joe Rogan's podcast.
Right.
One silver lining with COVID is it has exposed the worthlessness of government and the majority of our leaders.
Yeah. Yeah, it has. It's really put the spotlight on a lot of the rats in state, local government in particular, state level and national level.
And lastly, the new study says that adding an extra hour of sleep each night could cut 270 calories from your daily intake.
Adding an extra hour of sleep.
8 o'clock.
We're going to get a nice taste of spring over the next couple of days, all thanks to this high-pressure system that's going to keep us nice and dry, allowing us to see sunshine and warmer temperatures. Look for highs in the mid-50s and lower 60s today. By tonight, falling into the low to mid-30s. We're going to see temperatures in the low to upper 60s for tomorrow. It is going to be a warmer day. Highs will jump near 70 by the weekend. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. While the Biden administration claims to be exploring all options for dealing with sky-high oil prices, apparently increasing domestic oil output, returning the U.S. to Trump-era energy independence is not on the table.
Despite President Biden's decision to release 50 million barrels of crude from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve late last year, oil prices recently hit 7-year highs. Spokesman Jen Psaki says the U.S. is talking to allies.
With oil-producing countries, we're talking about proposed production increases. With oil-consuming countries, we're talking about releases from strategic reserves.
She also says the administration is guarding against price manipulation in the oil commodities markets and price gouging at the pump. Greg Clugston, Washington.
U.S. COVID cases have plummeted 50%, according to the World Health Organization. Cases globally down 17%.
According to a weekly report from the UN Health Agency, global deaths also declined by 7%. The report also shows that the Omicron variant is increasingly dominant, making up nearly 97% of all cases. Just over 3% were of the Delta variant. Case counts fell in all regions apart from in the eastern Mediterranean zone, which reported a 36% jump, notably with increases in Afghanistan, Iran and Jordan. I'm Karen Chanas.
And a growing number of states dropping mask mandates. Among the latest,
Governor Kathy Hochul will drop New York's stringent indoor mask mandate on Wednesday, ending a requirement that businesses ask customers for proof of full vaccinations or always require mask wearing, and marking a turning point in the state's coronavirus response, according to 3 people briefed on her decision.
That's correspondent Bernie Bennett. Watching Wall Street this morning, stock futures pointing to a higher open later on. Right now, Dow futures up 211 points, NASDAQ futures 184 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-940-6161. That's 1-800-940-6161. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-940-6161. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
One Indian state has shut high schools and colleges for several days after a dispute over the headscarf that's gained international attention.
Tension prevails in parts of India's Karnataka state where there are fears that the ongoing protests could escalate. Muslim students say they are not being allowed to attend classes because of their headscarves. They say the hijab is part of the religious faith. The government insists that all schools should follow dress codes. The High Court is considering petitions from students challenging moves by some colleges to ban the headscarves. Opposition parties allege that the policies of the governing Hindu nationalist BJP are discriminating against religious minorities and could further isolate them.
The BBC's Barasan Etirajan. A wild crocodile with a motorcycle tire stuck around its neck for 6 long years, finally freed by an Indonesian bird catcher. In a tireless effort, wildlife officials hail as a milestone. Townhall.com. Criminal case out of New York providing more evidence that cryptocurrency has gone mainstream.
Federal law enforcement officials said the recovered $3.6 billion was linked to the hack of Bitfinex, a virtual currency exchange whose systems were breached by hackers nearly 6 years ago. Ilya Dutch Lichtenstein, a citizen of Russia and the United States, and his wife Heather Morgan were arrested in Manhattan. They're accused of laundering the stolen money and concealing the transactions. The couple was not charged in the Bitfinex hack itself. The stolen funds were allegedly traced to more than a dozen accounts. The two are accused of cashing out through Bitcoin ATMs and making purchases including gold and Walmart gift cards. I'm Norman Hall.
In what has become standard operating procedure for Congress in recent decades, House lawmakers approving another stopgap spending bill to keep the government from running out of money. More on these stories, townhall.com.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Aaron Cooper here with Cooper Ford. To say the past year and a half has been tough is an understatement. And it's during these times that we truly value the community in which we all live in. At Cooper Ford, we continue to do all we can to pour support back into the community because taking care of each other is what it's all about. And that's why we won't have any market adjustment stickers or any of our new Fords like so many other dealers. We believe in fair and honest pricing and have from day one. So please come see us here in beautiful Carthage or visit us on the web at cooperford.net.
Cooper Ford, working hard to be your hometown dealer.
The best in-store service, unbeatable prices, locally owned. Hi, this is Catherine Phelps. Joe and I are the new owners of your local Sears hometown store. We're creating relationships and helping our customers make an informed buying decision is our business. The month of February, all home appliances are up to 30% off and extra discounts with your Sears card or 12 months no interest. And remember, we lease to own every day. Shop your locally owned Sears hometown store in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Football season is back in session, and Rudino's Pizza and Grinders has your Sunday night ticket on DirecTV. Get a small grinder, side salad, and a bag of chips for just $5.99. Or try our renowned pizza, voted the best in Spectator magazine. Visit Rudino'sSouthernPines.com to see our complete menu and specials. Make Rudino's Pizza and Grinders your Sunday football sanctuary, located on Pinehurst Avenue in Southern Pines.
Aberdeen Prescription Shop is now open to walk in the shop, and the drive-through window and free delivery is still available. All major insurance is accepted, including TRICARE. Order your prescriptions online at AberdeenRxShop.com and click on mobile for the free app, or call 944-1313. Aberdeen Prescription Shop in the Town and Country Shopping Center on US 1. Now open for walk-ins, and wear your mask.
Just what the doctor ordered.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postawade have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at ReliveItRemodeling.com. War Dogs Army Surplus is Moore County's largest selection of Army surplus. They buy, sell, and trade Army surplus, and they'll match any legitimate offer from competitors with a price match guarantee. They'll match and beat any competitor's price by 10%. With the largest selection of vintage and modern gear and collectibles, War Dogs has everything you're looking for. Open Monday through Friday, 10:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays. 675 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines, or call 910-920-7749. That's 910-920-7749. Or dogs. We offer more and sell for less.
MCN News. I'm Mike Riley. District 14 congressional hopefuls spoke to News 13 in Asheville about the North Carolina Supreme Court's decision to strike down current voting maps. The state's high court ruled the voting maps are unconstitutional and gave lawmakers a deadline to submit newly drawn maps. 14th District candidate Jasmine Beach Ferreira told WLOS.
I think it was obviously an extremely gerrymandered map, and that's bad for everyone, regardless of your party affiliation. It's bad for democracy in North Carolina.
Western Carolina University professor Chris Cooper, meanwhile, told WLOS multiple scenarios are possible.
It's also possible that the court could adopt a plan drawn by the plaintiffs.
In Canada, anger over vaccine mandates has led to escalating protests by truckers, including at the border with the United States. This is day 2 of a blockade at the bridge carrying about a quarter of American-made products to Canada. There are now signs that soon could be a protest in this country. CBS's Janet Shamlin has more.
A tangled mess of big rigs and barricades here on the streets of Canada's capital near Parliament this morning. It has been like this for almost 2 weeks now, and the truckers who are here and the other protesters who have joined them say they have no plans to leave.
As leaders from France and Germany continue to push for a peaceful resolution to a Russian military buildup at Ukraine's border, Russia is sending ships to the region, though it calls a move a pre-planned military exercise. YN Senator Mazie Hirono.
It is in some ways really difficult to predict what Putin has in mind, except when you amass over 100,000 troops, I don't know how he's supposed to walk that back.
Members of the Ukrainian Association of North Carolina are standing in solidarity with Ukrainian tensions with Russian mount. Politsky Fitel says,
I basically came out here to support Ukraine, the Ukrainian people.
You're listening to NCN News.
Alternative Power knows more is happening at home now than ever. And when a winter storm causes your power to go out, life is disrupted. A Generac automatic standby generator from Alternative Power guards the home against blackouts caused by weather of all types. Financing options are available. And act now for a free 10-year warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Gain peace of mind with a Generac automatic standby generator. Alternative Power, North Carolina's Generac experts. See more at alternativepower.com.
Schools all over North Carolina have improved their STEM education offerings and are saving energy from the NC Green Power Solar Plus Schools Grant. And your school can too. The 2022 grant period is open now. Recipient schools receive an educational solar installation, a weather station, a STEM curriculum, and teacher training. Any North Carolina K-12 school can apply for a Solar Plus Schools Grant. Learn more at ncgreenpower.org. Act now. The application period ends February 28th. Apply at ncgreenpower.org.
The U.S. wins its first gold medal of the Winter Olympics. CBS News correspondent Steve Futterman is there in Beijing.
The U.S.'s first gold medal here in Beijing goes to an athlete who until now was best known for failing to win a gold medal. Lindsay Jacobellis in 2006 appeared on her way to winning the snowboard cross when suddenly before the finish line she fell. She finished in second. Entering the competition here in Beijing, she was certainly not a gold medal favorite, and by winning, she becomes the oldest American woman to win a Winter Olympics gold medal. Steve Futterman, CBS News at the Winter Olympics in Beijing.
As southeastern North Carolina continues to grow, the region's main airport in Wilmington is trying to keep up. A $68 million terminal expansion project adds new gates, new seating, and new concessions for passengers flying in and out of Wilmington to enjoy. New Hanover County Commissioner Julia Olson Bozeman spoke of the opening.
It's a true catalyst for economic development. And to understand the opportunities that are available in New Hanover County, you must see it for yourself.
In less than 2 weeks, Johnston County students will no longer be required to wear face coverings in the classroom. School board members voted 6-1 Tuesday night to transition to optional masking starting on February 21st. You're invited back at Johnny and Baby Stomping Ground.
Virginia's Mountain Lake Lodge, which doubled as Kellerman's Mountain House in New York's Catskill Mountains and Dirty Dancing, is offering 2-night getaway packages to celebrate the movie's 35th anniversary. It includes a Dirty Dancing-themed scavenger hunt, a special movie screening, Kellerman's branded beach towels, and cocktail glasses. Prices start at $668. Dance-themed weekends with lessons and parties in Mary's Barn have already sold out for the year.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
Look for highs in the mid-50s and the lower 60s for today. It's actually going to be a really pleasant afternoon once we get those temperatures to warm up. By tonight, we'll fall into the low to mid-30s with highs in the low to mid-60s for tomorrow. Temperatures will continue to climb into the end of the week and the weekend. We could see highs in the 70s by Saturday, then behind that, rain filtering in on Sunday. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
Right now, here in the Sand Hills area, we're looking at sunny skies, 35 degrees, humidity 88%, 2.32, solar radiation 20 watts per square meter, pressure 3015, and winds are calm. It's 8:14. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news. For this Wednesday morning, the Moore County Board of Education met Monday for its business meeting and appointed a committee to review a transgender book after a person submitted a complaint to the school district. A discussion on the need for a review committee came after a January 26th complaint that a media center book has inappropriate content. The request for the removal was denied. Teaching children about androgen blockers and sex changes before they are even taught the basic human biology and anatomy should be a crime, wrote James Pedersen of Carthage in his complaint about the book called George by Alex Gino. George is at Union Pines High School and McDeeds Creek Elementary School. The 17 committee members were chosen from the entire school district and include principals, teachers, students, and parents. The committee will report its findings to the school board on March 7th. And the Southern Pines Police Department announced the arrest of Trace Sean Farmer, 23, of Durham, for carrying a concealed weapon, possession of stolen firearms, and resist, delay, and obstruct a public officer. On February 3rd, Southern Pines Police responded to a report of a man with a gun on Talmadge Way, located in the Creston Commons apartment complex. Upon arrival, Farmer was located matching the description providing to the responding officers. During the course of the investigation, the subsequent search for Farmer, a concealed handgun was located on his person. Investigating officers soon determined this concealed handgun was reported stolen from another law enforcement jurisdiction. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel. And, of course, you can go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:17. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
Your morning sports report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports. Good morning. I'm Tony Rixby. Armando Bacot had 24 points, 10 rebounds, his 18th double-double of the season last night, and North Carolina beating Clemson 79-77. Tar Heels head coach Hubert Davis.
I can go down the line with Kerwin and Dontrez. Everybody that came in the game made multiple positive plays to put us in a position to get this win. And
also in the ACC last night, Syracuse with a win over Boston College 73-64. Big upset last night in the top 25 as unranked Arkansas beat number 1 Auburn. The final there 80-76. In the NHL, the Senators built a 4-goal lead before holding off the Carolina Hurricanes. Dave Ferry has that story.
Brady Tkachuk snapped a 15-game scoring drought with a pair of goals, and the Senators' 4-3 surprise over the Hurricanes. Alex Formanton and Chris Tierney also scored. Anton Forsberg sticked away 42 shots and blanked Carolina until the third period. Trailing 4-0, the Canes made a game out of it on goals by Andrei Svechnikov, Brandon Smith, and Vincent Trocheck before absorbing their second straight 4-3 loss.
Yesterday in Los Angeles, preparations continued for the Super Bowl, and security was on the minds of many. The head of Homeland Security says no specific credible threats have been made against the Super Bowl to this point. Still, Alejandro Mayorkas told reporters that his agency, along with others, want to make sure that nothing happens.
It is the U.S. Secret Service, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the Transportation Security Administration, FEMA, the Office of Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction.
Mayor Eric Garcetti says everyone will have fun.
We've had LAPD deployed in and around LA Live to make sure this is fun, enjoyable.
You're listening to NCN Sports.
With the potential threat of COVID-19, getting your kid vaccinated as soon as possible is really the right move to make.
Vaccinating our kids will protect them from severe disease, will prevent them from hopefully spreading it to other people who may not be able to get the vaccine.
Our whole goal is to help your child and your family be as safe and healthy as possible.
Kids have a spot
to take their shot.
Kids have a spot to take their shot.
Everyone 5 and older can get a COVID-19 vaccine. Visit myspot.nc.gov.
The world around us is changing rapidly, and the stakes are high to ensure that our state's rural leaders have access to and are equipped with the tools and resources to work towards resiliency for the future. Save the date to join the NC Rural Center for our annual Rural Summit on March 21st and 22nd as we celebrate our 35th anniversary and reconnect with a common goal of building a stronger tomorrow. Learn more about the Rural Summit and how to register at ncruralcenter.org.
The U.S. has won its first gold medal of the Winter Olympics. CBS News correspondent Steve Futterman is in Beijing on America's success in snowboarding.
Lindsay Jacobellis was best known before this for failing to win a gold medal. In 2006, she was on her way, it seemed, to win a gold when she fell just before the finish line, ended up with silver. Since then, she had never come close, but here in Beijing, after years of frustration, she finally gets that elusive gold medal. Steve Futterman, CBS News at the Winter Olympics in Beijing.
Florida jumping into the AP Women's College Basketball Poll at number 19. They've beaten 4 ranked teams in their past 5 games. South Carolina remains number 1, followed by Stanford, Louisville, Michigan, and North Carolina State. Michigan's number 4 ranking, the best in that school's history. Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
This is Chuck from Sunbelt Service Pros. Are you just not feeling it anymore with your AC service provider? Are you calling those guys because that's what you've always done, or because there's a sticker on the thermostat with an old phone number on it? How about this? Take a chance and you'll be thrilled to find that you're getting real value for your heating and cooling dollars. When you call Sunbelt Service Pros, you are dealing with a professional and reliable service provider. Our technicians are highly trained and certified and can quickly address any issues. Our customers find our technicians and office staff courteous, friendly, and professional throughout the whole process. We're doing something right here. You need to check us out, find out what you've been missing, and call us today. Sunbelt Service Pros at 910-944-2044 or go online to sunbeltservicepros.com.
Share the love at First Health Fitness. During the month of February, you can join with a 6 or 12-month membership contract and receive 2 one-week passes to share with friends. And if your friends join by April 30th, they will receive 1 free month of membership and you will get 2 months free. For more information or to schedule a visit, call 910-715-1800. That's 910-715-1800. And share the love at First Health Fitness.
At Pool Automotive, being local and family-owned isn't just a title. It's the lifeblood of our business. The moment you walk into our Aberdeen showroom, you'll be treated like family. You see, we believe that all our guests deserve quality, reliable used vehicles, and we have the inventory and finance options to make it happen. When you buy a new vehicle, the second you drive it off the lot, it's already depreciated by thousands. Before you throw that money away, come to Pool Automotive and check out our huge selection of premium vehicles. We have high-quality, off-lease vehicles, most of which are one-owner cars with low mileage and remaining factory warranties. Something else we do to save you even more? We they don't charge documentation fees. Yep, you heard us right. No doc fees here. Come in today, 500 South Sandhills Boulevard in Aberdeen, or call 910-637-0057 and experience the pool advantage.
Carolina Power and Generators knows that protecting your home is always top priority, and securing a dependable source of power is a simple yet important way of protecting what's yours. Just think about it. Just one power outage could potentially cost you hundreds, even thousands of dollars, from flooded basements, frozen pipes, spoiled food, and more. The generator guys at Carolina Power and Generators can help you protect your biggest asset with a whole home standby generator. It's simple. Your whole home standby generator comes on automatically when the power goes out, while you stay safe in the comfort of your own home. Call the generator experts today at 910-241-4677 to schedule a free in-home assessment, or visit generacnc.com. Carolina Power and Generators, 910-241-4677.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
February 14th is just around the corner. Do you know what you're getting your special Valentine? Well, if you want the best, then work with the best. Order your flowers from Jack Haddon Floral on Main Street in Aberdeen. From a single stem rose to a gigantic bouquet of fresh cut flowers, they've got you covered. Don't let the supply chain weigh you down. Impress your Valentine with the best floral arrangement in Moore County. Order through their website at jackhaddon.com or call 910-944-1071. That's 910-944-1071. Have something in mind other than flowers? Select a unique gift from Lily Rose Home and Gifts right next door. There's a wide selection of Valentine's gifts that are sure to please. Military and first responders receive a 10% discount. That's Jack Haddon Floral and Lily Rose Home and Gift on Main Street in Aberdeen.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is proudly sponsored by Moore County Citizens for Freedom. Always looking out for you.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. Durham, North Carolina, at the United Methodist Church hosted an unusual event recently. The Reverend Laura Krosky, a licensed psychologist, organized the event. The purpose of the thing was to illustrate to the world that some churches have completely lost their minds. Okay, that wasn't really the end goal, but I think that's what happened. It was scream night. You go to the church and you scream. Krosky said that everyone's emotions have been building, and they'd be able to release them best if they went to church and just screamed and screamed. The screams were divided into 5 screams, literal screams. The first was a regular scream, I guess like a roller coaster. That was followed by a scream in which the screamer could curse. Now this is church. The article then said that the screamer could scream personal screams like, "My partner's driving me crazy." Imagine being moved by the Holy Spirit and you think, honey, we really do need to attend church. So you go to this church looking for help and you arrive, and 20 minutes later your spouse is screaming, "I hate my husband's guts. He's a lifelong loser. Ah!" They had a scream, not a prayer, a scream for those who could not make it to the service. Finally, they had a scream to see who could scream the longest. That's what church is for. In defense of the church, though, and the pastor, at least it does do one thing for us. It identifies the Biden voters. Hope you have a wonderful day from the Zoom Walton Zone.
We're going to get a nice taste of spring over the next couple of days, all thanks to this high-pressure system that's going to keep us nice and dry, allowing us to see sunshine and warmer temperatures. Look for our highs in the mid-50s and lower 60s today. By tonight, falling into the low to mid-30s. We're going to see temperatures in the low to upper 60s for tomorrow. It is going to be a warmer day. Highs will jump near 70 by the weekend. I'm meteorologist Peter Sherwood in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
An extra cheese.
Large pepperoni, extra cheese.
I'll take that as a yes.
Never needed an excuse to eat pizza, but if you do, here is a good one.
It's National Pizza Day, like pizza pie.
Celebrating National Pizza Day. Today is National Pizza Day.
I love pizza.
You do like pizza.
Yes, I love pizza.
It's pizza time. Let's go.
I ain't got no melody. I'm gonna sing it to my friends. I've got a song, I ain't got no melody. I'm gonna sing it to my friends. When it goes round in circles, when it fly high like a bird up in the sky, when it goes down in circles, when it fly high like a bird up in the sky.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with the Colonel, retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Moore County. Time once again to take in the fresh air of truth and freedom found here at WEEB. John Zumwalt's aboard. So time to pull up your big bag of donuts and some coffee and sit down at the kitchen table and listen up. He's got one of his guests here this morning, so stand by.
All right. Don't forget, we're being heard and seen around the world on a live video stream and audio stream. You can get to the video and the audio by going to our website. Top middle of the page is where the video is. On the upper hand corner is the audio link, which says on the air listen live. If you click that once, you're listening that quick, and those web addresses are talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. It is currently sunny, 37 degrees. Looking for a high today, 58. All right, with that said, it's 8:32. Let's check in with John and his special guest this morning, Daryl Falwell.
Well, hello, everybody. Good morning, Treasurer Falwell.
Good morning, Jay-Z, Steve, Colonel.
All right, well, I'm very glad you're here today in particular. We're always glad to have you on. We have a subject today that I think is going to, well, I know it has affected and will affect a whole lot more people. But before we get into the main gist of what we want to talk about today, I have a question for a listener that's very important to them. And I'm going to read it to you verbatim, Treasurer. It says, and it's in reference to the site that you have for people to collect their unclaimed cash. We've talked about it many times. What's that?
nccash.com.
Yes. And she says, Mama has unclaimed cash. Daddy, and she's speaking of her elderly parents, will not let us give out her Social Security number on the internet. How can they claim that money? And it'll be, that particular text will even mean more when we get to our main subject. But is there a way for her to claim that money without giving that number?
Unfortunately, there's not. And the reason is that when the money comes to us, it's under the person's Social Security number. So it won't say Jay-Z in Pinehurst or Moore County. It'll be your Social Security number, because when the stuff comes to us, when it's reported in, when it's sent to us, made by the financial institutions, the insurance companies, the banks, it comes into us under the identifier of their Social Security number. And since we have twice as many records than we probably one reason you have me on the show every 2 weeks is that when I don't know the answer to something, I have the courage to say it. I don't know the answer to that, and I will when we get off this interview, attempt to find out so that you can report back to this listener.
Okay, I trust you'll text it to me.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. One reason that lady is so hesitant, or that gentleman, I should say, to let his wife's Social Security number out, is what I want to talk about on today's show. I will use a rather lengthy period here to ask you this question. I have in front of me some literature from TD Bank, and among them are 2 debit cards, 3 packages of checks, 2 letters telling me I'm overdrawn, and I got another letter yesterday telling me I'm overdrawn. I got all these in one day. Well, I didn't really understand what was going on, and to be honest with you, I still don't. But I have discovered that there are dozens, and honestly, I believe there are hundreds of people in our immediate area, and for sure in Moore County, because I've talked to so many of them, who are having the same problem. Now, TD Bank, that's T as in Tom and D as in Delta. They are America's most convenient bank. They say they are. That's how they advertise themselves. And when story after story after story about people calling in, being on hold, one lady was on hold over 5 hours and had to give up, and getting zero satisfaction from this. Here's my question to you. Are you aware of this? And frankly, even though this may not be your department, we people like myself do not know who to turn to. I mean, it's more than local law enforcement can handle. We understand that. It seems like it would be a federal crime, but who investigates this, and are you aware of it?
I've heard of instances like this, and instead of me focusing on hundreds or thousands of people this may impact, I always, as you know, focus on the number one. If this is happening one time to one person, that's one too many. And it probably falls under the Consumer Protection Agency of North Carolina, which comes down to the Attorney General. But you're absolutely right. With all the pressure on law enforcement right now, it's not something that they're probably equipped to deal with this. But, you know, have I experienced it? I have high knowledge of this, and I fear it all the time because of the tremendous amount of data that we have here at the Treasurer's Office.
Okay, well, I'm probably not going to, I'm going to attempt to not let you off that easily. The fact that you're the treasurer and that you have you're a CPA and that you've been doing this for so many years, and the fact that you do have a great deal of knowledge about all types of business and financing, we're looking for help here, and I don't know where to get it, and I don't know if too many people do. We can't just pick up the phone and call the Attorney General, and I imagine that you could come closer to that than us, but because of politics, I don't know. But who would you recommend that the average citizen out here in Moore County, including myself, who would you recommend that we talk to? What do we do? How do we apply pressure? Because the folks waiting on the phone for literally hours at a time, literally, every single one of them, and getting no satisfaction. Meanwhile, whatever's happening with these accounts keeps happening. I would like to say, of course, that these checks have my name, my phone number, they have everything on them that I mean, they're all accurate, and they came to my address, and so I'm just curious, what do you have?
So they sent you checks and they sent you an overdraft notice at the same time?
They sent me, yes, they did. They sent me, and by the way, there were hundreds of people, not just me.
Sure,
they sent them to my address, and they sent 3 packages of checks, all with different account numbers. They sent 2 debit cards with different numbers, and one of them's a money marking checking account, I believe. Now, there's no getting a hold of these people to try to, even though it is America's most convenient bank, they said, and frankly, now is what time we look to our government officials. But the trouble is, which government agency, without being just passed off from one to another? Treasurer, I've known you for a while, talked to you a lot, and I get it that I'm putting you in a tight spot here, but I'm kind of doing it on purpose because we really do need help.
When I respond to you about the ability of someone physically submitting their Social Security number regarding UPD claim, I'll reach out to as the chair of the State Banking Commission to see if I can get you a more a better, more direct answer about how you can reach out to on this particular subject.
Okay. And so, could you put that in a little more, could you say it again and for the listeners, because a lot of them have tuned in today just to hear this particular conversation. Would you say that one more time?
Once again, answering questions I don't know the answer to is not something your listeners need. What I need is time to reach out to people in our banking division and other people in the state government to see exactly where folks like you should be calling to get this rectified.
Okay, good. That I couldn't ask for more than that. So we'll have someone at your level who can ask these questions of high-level banking persons, and I couldn't be more pleased. Are there anything new on the front for our cartels, our medical cartels, hospital cartels?
We put out a report that I think you probably put up on your website from Rice University that sort of builds on top of the report from Johns Hopkins University that talked about these multi-billion-dollar corporations that disguise themselves as nonprofits, that they're not offering the charity care. And once again, this is not related to your personal banking situation, but there's no one at the federal government, the Internal Revenue Service, who's actually holding these corporations disguising themselves as nonprofits. Nobody's holding them accountable. And they're supposed to be offering charity care. So the new report came out that talked about the fact that there's potentially $175 million worth of medical bills in North Carolina, where there's a chance that these lower and fixed income people mainly, while we're sitting here right now, could be having their credit rating destroyed when they were entitled to the charity care that the cartel wouldn't give them. I mean, this is like an onion. The more we peel it, the more we cry.
You know, what I hate about that, truly, is that a lot of people can handle this and figure it out for themselves, but a lot of people can't. And I've talked to a lady yesterday who was in the banking business, and she'll get through this because of the people she knows and the ins and outs. But she's frankly, like a lot of us, though, she still has to depend on that phone number and someone who can actually help her. So, reference to what you just told us about, that's the shame of all this. We kind of turned our heads and didn't really care too much when it was someone else, or especially if it were a person or a business that we felt was wealthy enough to absorb this. But now we're seeing just regular, everyday, ordinary people who may be below the average income, and they, all of a sudden they find themselves in this situation with no way to go. And I just want to make sure that people understand that we are sympathetic to this, and I hate it. I hate seeing that regular, everyday people like, frankly, who like me and the listeners in this situation. It's just awful. And that's one of the reasons why I've always liked you on the show, is because I think that you really do look after us, especially when it comes to the cartel.
Well, let me rattle off some names that may not be mentioned on your show very often. Former Treasurer Harlan Bowles warned of this 35 years ago. Bill Gates warned about this 14 years ago. State Auditor Beth Wood warned about it 12 years ago. Warren Buffett warned about it 5 years ago, and Senator Elizabeth Warren, when she was running for president on the Democratic primary, gave us in the debate the statistic that the majority of bankruptcies in this country are around things dealing with medical billing. This is really happening. This is not something that we think may happen. This is really happening. And the fact is that this is no longer a small part of your listeners' income. For most instances, whether it's the insurance premium or the actual out-of-pocket cost, is 20% of their income. So any dollar that's inefficiently spent in health care is a dollar that can never be spent to pay for groceries that prices are going up, gasoline that prices are going up, or heating their home that prices are going up. So that's why this is critical. And the fact is that the cartelization of health care in the hands of fewer and fewer people who control the supply. Can you imagine controlling the supply and the price of something? They control the supply of health care and the price of something is something that everybody realizes is something wrong. And fortunately, with some of these reports that are coming out, I don't feel quite as lonely as I once did on this topic, because the governor has no interest in this. The Attorney General, his fingerprint is on these transactions that has resulted in these major mergers. And but the fact is I take my role as a fiduciary very seriously, which means I'm loyal, and I exercise a duty of care to those that teach, protect, otherwise serve, and taxpayers like them. And the fact that we cannot offer health care to our beginning troopers and our beginning teachers such that for family premium they don't have to work 1 week out of every 4. I'm not talking about the total cost. This is just a premium for health care, and as the largest purchaser of health care is something that can no longer be tolerated.
Okay, well, I've got so many texts, I can't possibly read all of them, but people have mentioned things like the Patriot Act. How do they get around that? They've talked about they're opening these things up online with no identification required. No one's shown them anything. One of them says, can you register as an account holder online and then just cancel your account to debit? That's another concern, is that one lady, treasurer, was told that she cannot cancel this account because they don't know it's really her, but yet they opened it up for her, not knowing it was really her.
But she can drive up there.
It's about a 2.5-hour drive to the nearest one here. She can drive there and cancel it. And of course, that's real inconvenient. But anyway, you've
John and Jose, you have my email. I think what would be best and most effective and most and be able to do it not just quickly but correctly is for you to send me an email telling me what's happened, what shouldn't have happened, and what needs to happen, and that allows me to loop a lot of people in at once to try to get an answer to your and others' problems.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and I promise you, I will send that email, and folks that are listening, I promise you that we'll keep you in the loop, and I feel certain that we'll eventually get to the bottom of this. It may not make us happy, but we'll eventually get to the bottom of it. Treasurer, is there anything, I know you have a busy schedule, anything that you want to bring up before you have to leave?
Well, just we've already talked about NC Cash, but we continue to break all records, so I just recommend all your listeners go there and check their name, maiden name, kids, parents, business name. I'm getting ready to speak to the financial officers of the school systems of North Carolina. They have money at NC Cash as far as the individual counties, and just another valuable reason to listen to you and the Colonel and Steve on these Wednesday mornings, and you can learn more about all this at the treasurers at our website, nctreasure.com. And if they want to know really more about this battle with the healthcare cartel, you get one look, but there's a website called Assembly NC, like you're assembling something, assemblync.com, and there's a major multi-thousand-word article about my fight against the cartel. The assemblync.com.
Okay, we'll remember that. Well, thank you, Treasurer. I'm looking forward to, I'll email you, and I'm looking forward to hearing your reply, and then we'll go from there.
Well, thank you for having me, and it never fails that when I'm on your show, either you or I, Steve, or the Colonel get some input about something that somebody learned, and so I thank you for not just affirming what people might feel about these subjects, but actually informing them.
All right. Well, thank you, sir, and I hope you have a good rest of the day, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, well, you heard what he had to say, and I promise you we'll follow up. I have a great deal of faith in him as a person and as a good man. I know that's something very unusual for me to say about a politician, and when it all comes down to push and shove, he's a politician, but I believe a man who's honored his word over the years. So let's switch the subject. I do want to say this. I drove in this morning, and I saw something that I thought you might be interested in. You've already seen it. You may be in line for it right now. Regular gas, $3.40 at several stations around the county. $3.40. What was it a year ago, Colonel? Or
$1.86.
Yeah, we were well below $2. Yeah.
And now we're up to $3.40. And is there anyone who believes it's going to stop there? Anyone?
No.
Of course not.
No, the barrel oil continues to rise. And
we know that. Well, enough about that. The schools. I've been very critical of the way they've handled so many things, and I detest being this critical of them all the time. I hate being the guy. You've always got that one relative when you go to a Thanksgiving dinner or Christmas, and they do nothing but complain and sit around and gripe and moan and groan. I would love for the schools to do something positive so that we could. I wish we could just talk about all the wonderful teachers out there, because I happen to believe that majority of them are. Our war is not with the teachers. Our war is with the establishment, front office folks, the administrators. They're very proud of telling you that we sent a letter home allowing you to opt out of something. And they push that over and over when they do something so stupid as the things they're doing. Well, last night, I don't know how many people have texted me and told me this, and I never imagined that I would be the person that they would send these things to. I was talking to one of the school board members, and he said to me that he had talked to the superintendent and said they shouldn't be sending this stuff to a radio guy. They should be sending this stuff to us, the school board, the school administration. You know why they're not? They're not because they don't trust you. They don't trust you to do the right thing. We have 3 school board members that are fighting with everything they have against the legacy school board to get these things taken care of and straightened out. And I would like to remind you again that there's a school board meeting on February the 14th, Valentine's Day. And either before or after you take care of your spouse to dinner or to wherever you're going to do, and I hope you have a wonderful time, come to the school board meeting. This is probably going to be the most, we probably say this more than once, but this will probably be the most important meeting that you could show up to in relation to schools, in regards to schools. You've got to be there. You don't have to sign up to speak. We need to see your body there. The school board pays attention to numbers. Well, you would think they would, but before I tell you what I wanted to tell you, David Hensley made an amazing point on here yesterday. There were some complaints about a book that's in the library. What's it called? Charlie?
George.
See how good I am with names of books that should not be in the school library? George. And there was a complaint by a parent. Now, I don't care if you agree with it or if you don't disagree with it for the purposes of what I'm about to say. David Hensley reported to us as a school board member that in the closed session, they announced that they had purchased, no, I take that back, it wasn't a closed session. They had purchased 7 more copies of this book so that the school board members could read this book. Well, they have copies in the library. I think you could have checked it out and read it. It's easy reading, and I know it's easy reading because the high school responded with, we leave this in the library because many of our students don't read to a sufficient level to allow them to read high school books, so we keep this book in there. One of the reasons we keep it so they can read, because it's on a low level, and that's why it's in an elementary school library as well. Well, anyway, David said that our good friend Bob Levy discovered through conversations and questioning that they plan to put these 7 books in other libraries in the school. So here's what happened. Sorry, David, but it was such a good point, I want to say it again. They bought 7 more books of a book that you complained about. They thumbed their nose at you completely, and they bought 7 more of these books that you hate, and they're going to put them in the libraries. Now, we would have been better off never, ever lodging a complaint. These people have no more respect for you. They have nothing but contempt. Otherwise, why would they do that? Let me get back to what I was going to say. At 6:30 last night, parents were notified by email, and if it was a text and not email or what, it doesn't matter. That's how the school always responds to these things. Well, he said it was a text. It was actually an email. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. At 6:30 last night, they were notified that at first period this morning, they would show a video on signs of suicide. Now look, I have no idea what that video was like. I couldn't be more in favor of anything at all that would help keep these precious children from even thinking about suicide. So it may be a wonderful video. I don't know. And I'm going to have to assume it is. But you're telling us that you always notify parents before something happens. And a parent gets a notification at 6:30 last evening. They told me that when they got up this morning, they saw that. I had 2 texts from parents that said, I just saw this. How in the world is a parent supposed to make an informed decision about something so important when they don't even see it until 6:30 in the morning? It's ridiculous. You know, I know that when my children were in school, I would seriously have said, Well, I want to talk to them about suicide, and I did, my own children, and I think some children need to hear this information. But at 6:30 in the evening to opt out for the next day, no, it's not. That's why you always hear them say, well, they could have opted out of this.
That's not a notification at all.
It's not. It's a cover you'll behind.
Right.
When they say, well, this video was inappropriate. It may be fine. I don't know. I happen to think that with all of the things that we're uncovering here, all the fights, all of the sexual assaults, all the inappropriate sexual talk, all the meowing and barking going on in the hallway, all the drugs, as I said, the fights, I happen to think that someone was finally smart enough to realize this is a dangerous atmosphere that we're putting our children in. This is not just about fights, sexual assault, mewing, barking, dogs, drugs. It's about the atmosphere. It's about the culture they've created in that school, a culture in which children, and I can't really say children without saying precious children. These precious children have been put in that's very harmful to them. And I think that someone realized, you know what? Someone's going to do harm to themselves pretty soon in this culture. We better cover our butts by showing something, doing something. And I think that's the reason they're going to show this video. Now, I could be wrong. Someone might have sat in there and said, you know what, this is a wonderful thing. Let's just, I can't believe it. I can't even make myself say those words. And, there's just so much. I think that if I were a parent and I had any reason to believe that my kid might be suicidal in any way, talking about it, their mood, and parents, you really do need to think about this subject. It's so important. If a child has got issues that you're picking up, things that are different, we've talked to so many parents whose kids, after we talked about these things on radio, we've talked to so many parents that have told us, I don't know, I can't send my child to school anymore. I didn't realize he or she was so terrified to go to school. They have changed, they're different, they're not how they used to be, and I hate this. It's the culture. And of course the school covers it up, continues to cover it up. These fights are being covered up. I had a call from a parent yesterday. Matter of fact, I had a call and a text from parents that said one of the principals announced something like this. This is not verbatim. Something like this. You kids, from now on, if you do any slap boxing in the restroom or wherever, you're going to be suspended for 10 days. Slap boxing in the restroom is not the problem. It's a good start, principal, but then they followed up with this. They said, do not talk about these things. These are none of your business. In other words, keep your mouth shut. Don't let this word get back to Zumwalt or the other guys that care about this. Don't let it get back to the 3 school board members. Just keep this to yourself. We want to shut you up so that parents cannot know about this. Parents, you really and truly do. I don't even care. I could care less, honestly. If you believe one word that's coming out of my mouth, I almost prefer that you didn't, because that way you would be moved maybe to go investigate these things, listen to the evidence I have. Some of these parents now are waiting for the investigation to go forward before they say anything publicly. A couple of them have spoken publicly, but some of them have not. I think you'll be able to, I would recommend that you watch the North State Journal, the Moore County division of it, or edition of it. It's a great newspaper that's coming here, and they are actively investigating this, but they're going to do it right. They're not going to do what the pilot did. The pilot printed this. They said these are unsubstantiated rumors coming from a conservative talk show host. They're not unsubstantiated. They're not rumors. There had been 2 complaints filed at the time that the lie came out. The lie, not the mistake, the lie. And Miss John Nagy's wife, and him and her, that with 2 of them, the pilot, the pathetic pilot,
Dumb and Dumber.
Well, I'm not going to go that far, but I am going to say that, I ran out of time. You guys keep up with things. Follow me on Facebook, because we're going to have a lot more coming out, and I hope everyone has a good day. God bless our kids.
All right, so it goes for this Wednesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow for a Thumping Thursday. Until then, be sure to support the mom and pop businesses we have right here in the county. They are the backbone of our economy here. They stay here, work here. And when you give them first crack at your spending dollars, your money rolls over and creates more jobs for all of us. And be sure to tell them WEEB asked you to come. And also, don't forget, millions of Americans have fought and they have died to give and protect the freedoms that you get to enjoy today. Live today worthy of their and their families' sacrifice. I'm Steve Leader Adams, and the LeaderMan and Nick and Colt the dog. We'll all see you at 2 o'clock this afternoon at the sunny Dog Park.
says, hey, what are my payments going to be? Sir, until you and I come to an agreement on the price, the product, and the terms, you really don't need to concern yourself with payments, as there won't be any. Look, I need your initial here, here, and here on what? Price and terms, not just the payments. Okay, this is where the buyer wants to move to a payment and still has disagreement about price. This avoids closing on payments, actually, focuses on figures. Beware of the buyer who continues to move the target on you, constantly moving. Once you get one thing right, he moves to something else, and that's what we're trying to avoid here. He gives you too many things to handle, so you can never close. This is called the disease close. I know it's more than you need and more than you wanted to spend, but look, it's not a disease. It's not like you're going to die from it. Let's do this, okay? Sign here. You might be asking, where do you get the audacity to possibly even consider saying these things? Look, this is the fact. Don't make a bigger deal of an objection than it is. Acknowledge them. I understand it's more than you want to spend. I understand you don't need all this, okay? Hey, it's not a disease. Give them something to compare to and close. You'll find closes like this so successful, okay, that you'll actually wonder, how did I ever sell? How have I made a career of selling without the disease close? This is called an inventory close, where we move down or offer to move down a model. Would you consider this product, the product right underneath this? It would save you $500, $1,000, maybe $1,500. It'll reduce your payments $12 to about $25 or $30 a month. Or would you rather get exactly what you want and pay a little more each month? Okay, this close can be done at a number of different places, not just in the close, but also to check as a trial close what we would call as the write-up, or the test for a write-up, or whether we should be there, a way to test the commitment to the product or service we're presenting. Or it can also be done in the close when you have other money objections, or other money objection closes have not done the job yet. You should always, always, always use inventory as a way to negotiate. Rather than exhausting money, exhaust your inventory. This is a more value-added solution or proposition than just reducing price. It also gives your buyer, the person in the close, a choice, allowing them to save face in case they're on a product they absolutely cannot afford but can't tell you. It also, hey, would you consider a model underneath this? It would save you, $500, $1,000, $1,500, maybe reduce your payments $30. This builds value in the product they do want. When they say, no, I want this one, see, it builds value by offering something else. This is called the inventory close, move up a model, okay? Hey, before I write this up, I want to share with you that if we move up from the 4 gig to the 8 gig, or from the XL to the XLT, or from, this neighborhood to this neighborhood, whatever the case is, when we move up a package, it would only be an added cost of X. And with the payment programs in place, with the financing the way it is today, it would only change your payments a little. Would you consider that? Okay, this close can be used in a lot of different places. Okay, it's best used to test commitment to the product, but it also can be used when you have commitment difficulties, or even when you're having a price objection in the close. Now, while it might not seem obvious to you to move a buyer up to a more expensive product or category, okay, when they're already screaming about the price, this would actually be a valuable and workable solution and provide you with a close that you might not be using. See, when many customers say it's too much, they're not saying it's too much, period. They're saying it's too much for that. And you thought too much meant I can't afford it. Other people that you talk to, salespeople maybe you work with, will say, man, that's crazy, man. The guy's complaining about the price of this and you're going to move him up. But when you do this, what happens is the buyer then will see, oh man, for me to get what I really want, okay, I'd have to spend another chunk. Maybe this is value. Or maybe they'll say what? Hey, I can move up for only another $12 a month. That's the thing to do, because they weren't really sold on this product. This is a great close. Think in terms of moving people up, because it can validate the value, it can test the commitment to the product they're on, it can actually close your deal, your transaction for more money rather than less money. Selection alternative close. Hey, if the payments are too high, I suggest that we go back and consider the model I suggested earlier. It won't have the memory that you requested, but it would put you in a position to get what you want. Hey, you can always come back and upgrade later. These inventory-related closes offer solutions to your buyer and show them that you want to provide a solution. This is very difficult to resist. When I keep coming up with solutions and they keep saying no, they're going to wear themselves out and say, hey, it's not him that's not trying, he is. See, all buyers should be moved up and down in inventory. You want to continue to exhaust that inventory line. The salesperson exhausting the inventory line is they will anyway when they leave you. You understand what I'm saying? They're going to leave and go exhaust some inventory line. They're going to exhaust other possibilities when they leave. So this is how people make decisions. Your customer, no matter whether he's somebody buying a retail product for $89 or making an $89 million decision, people make decisions by shopping, comparing, evaluating. Exhaust the need to shop and you close deals. Give choices, clarify decision making. This is used using logic in the close, not emotion, logic, and will help you close many, many more deals. package alternative close. Hey, if you don't want to go down a model or consider something older, you don't want to consider something older, used, previously owned, hey, why don't we consider moving down just the package? This would give you two options. It would first save you X. It would reduce your payments by X and still get you what you want. How about that? What are you doing here? Showing the buyer a way to get what he or she wants. You may be on the right product, but too much of it. This is very similar to previous closes where you're using models and inventory. Give the buyer a way to buy something, okay? Give them a way to say yes to something. So you could say what? Hey, rather than moving up, rather than moving down completely to another model, rather than moving to use that you don't want, how about we do this? What about moving down just one package? Payment breakdown close, okay? The payments are too high, I have to be under $500 or whatever the number is. John, we're already less than the $500 you want to pay. Let me explain it to you. Let's say we're on an automobile. The car before options is $20,000, and that is a $400 payment. The GPS system that you want, the navigation system, is $3,000. That's $60 a month. The sunroof that you and the wife said you have to have is $20 a month. The leather, $1,800, that equates to $36 a month. The taxes paid to the state, the county, and the federal government, which, hey, I wish you could get away with not paying them, are $60. The total is $576. Here's some options for you. Number one, remove the extras, okay? The GPS, the sunroof, and the leather, and the payments are $400 a month. Pay cash, option two, pay cash for the equipment. Keep all the equipment you want that the wife wants. The payments are $460. Option three, get the extras, keep your cash, pay the extra $3 a day, and you get exactly what you want. Look, I would personally go with option number three because you want to be under $500 a month. You already are, but it's up to you. Which one do you want to do? Look, the payment breakdown close is based on pure logic. You need to master this one. Get familiar with numbers. Okay, spouse stall close one. Where the buyer says, I need to talk to my spouse. Hey, what if your spouse says no? A, answer, he won't say no. Great, then I need your okay here and here. B, the other answer is more likely, hey, we wouldn't buy, if my husband says no or my wife says no, we're not going to buy the product. You're going to say, would he or she say no to the product or no to the money? If it's the product, what do you suggest? If it's the money, would it be the money, the down payment, the monthly payment, the price, all three? What would it be? Once you work that out, close the deal. While people consult their spouses for decisions, there are still spouses, remember, there are still spouses that can be closed without checking with anybody, okay? Look, this is used by a customer many times as a mere stall, and more often or not, is not even valid as an objection. Remember, more women will buy without their husbands, more wives will buy without husbands than husbands will buy without wives. I don't know what the phenomenon is, but women will hook up and ask for forgiveness later. Men are like, no, man, I got to check with it, okay? Anytime they say I need to check with my wife, what are you going to say? What if she says no? What if she says no? What if he says no? They're going to say one or two things. We won't buy or we will buy, okay? If we won't buy, you're going to say what? So they wouldn't buy because of the product, the price, the terms, the down payment? What would it be? Find out what it is. That's their objection, not the spouse's. You got me? They said, man, I'm not going to buy it because I got to talk to my wife. Okay, and then you identify he wouldn't do that, and you're going to say, would it be the price of the product? Can't be me. She doesn't know me. And he's going to say, oh, it's going to be the price. Down payment or monthly payment? And they're going to say, oh, I think it'd be the price, you know? Why? Because that's their objection. The wife's not involved yet. You get it? You're trying to find a valid objection. Or he's going to say, she's not going to say no to me. I have had this happen maybe 30% of the time. She's not going to say no to me, Grant. Great. Then lean on the pen. Let's roll. You get it? It's a great close. You're going to use it constantly. You could also use it with boards, management. I got to talk to my CEO. I got to talk to the accountant. This is a great close. It's spouse stall close number 1. There'll be other closes like this. Learn it. Spouse stall close number 2. I need to talk to my wife, Grant. I agree, sir, and you should talk to your wife. But look, if your wife is... anything like my wife, okay? She never tells me no when it's something I absolutely have to have. When I've decided I love this, I have to have it, my wife always supports me and never tells me no. Okay? Look, I need your approval here and here, and right here, I believe your wife is just like mine. Now, this close has to be used with confidence, speed, and strength, okay? And you have to believe in people. You validate the customer. I understand you want to talk to your wife. I got it. Acknowledge them. Look up, smile, and tell your story. What's the story? You need this story. You need to be sold on this story, so it's not a lie. It's a story you tell, right? Which is what? So you know what? If your wife is anything like my wife, she never, ever tells me no when it's something I have to have. She's told me no before, okay? She's been right in some situations. But, hey man, when I love it, when I want it, when she knows I gotta have it, my wife never says no to me. Come on, let's do this. I think your wife is just like mine. See, the more this is true for you, by the way, the more often you can pull it off. While my wife may tell people that she needs to check with me, she can and has and will in the future buy without me being there. Even though we have an agreement, hey baby, let's talk about things, okay? Look, with the right closer, she can still get closed without me being there. And later she'll say, Grant, you know I love it. I had to do it. I knew you'd support me if I really loved it. Great close. Use it, learn it, and get it embedded into who you are. stall close number 3, a classic close, okay? Hey, I need to talk to my spouse. Sir, it's better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. So let's get going right away. I need your approval here and right here. Look, this is a classic close, okay? It's been around for years. I didn't author this, didn't start it, learned it young in my selling career, found myself using it once or twice a month. You're going to use it just as often. Try it and you'll start to rely on it, okay? Don't be weak here. Go for it. You have nothing to lose. Smile before you say it. Before that first word pops, smile. Say, hey, better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. Hey, let's roll. Let's do this. And you always got to go back and say, hey, let's do this. Notice almost every one of these I'm finishing with, let's do this. Let's get this done. Sign here, okay? Great. Work on this one. Spouse stall close number 4. Hey, I understand, and if you and your spouse talk as much as me and my spouse do, then he or she knows, okay, whatever the case is, they know you're here right now. And they know what you're doing right now. So look, let's do this, get it done. If you don't have any other reservations, I need your approval here and here. Hey, this close basically uses the objection and acknowledge the fact that people that talk about everything, and he says, hey, I got to talk to my wife, or I got to talk to my husband, or I got to talk to so-and-so. I'm like, man, if your CEO, or if your manager, or your wife, or your husband, whatever the third party is, if they're anything like mine is, you guys have already talked about it. See, basically what I'm doing is discounting this objection as valid. You guys have already talked about it. Me and my wife talk about everything, man. I wouldn't even go look for a jacket or a suit or a boat or a watch without already telling my wife, hey, baby, I'm interested in a new watch, you know? And she'd probably be like, yeah, whatever you want, Grant, go do it, okay? And then the closer's going to say what? When I say, I need to talk to my wife. Sir, if your wife is anything like my wife, she probably picked the watch out for you. You guys have probably already talked about it, probably already said it's more money than you need to spend right now. Hey, let's do this and get this done and go for the close. Close this deal. Quit being sold on little objections that are really stalls. More often than not, okay, these spouse stalls, CEO, the tax accountant, the tax man, the accountant, whoever, are stalls. Close over them. unavailable party close. Okay, great. So the other person you need is not available. So let's write it up like this. You agree to ownership at figures and conditions spelled out. Delivery of the product, of the equipment or whatever, the service, is only subject to the third party's approval. Is that fair? I need your approval here and here. Okay, look, this unavailable party close needs to be used as a last resort. Do not use this early on. Okay, don't shortcut all the other closes you have. This is late in the game after other spouse or boss stalls have not worked, okay? Shortcutters. You know who you are. Do not abuse this, okay? It will cost you deals. When I'm in the close and they're saying, I got to talk to my boss about this, okay? Or I got to talk to my wife, or I got to talk to my uncle, or whoever they're using, right? You're going to say, got it. What if they say no? Oh, well, they're not going to say no to me. Good, let's roll. You got it? Now, if you've tried a couple of those and they don't close, and you're at the end of your deal and you've used a lot of ammunition up, then you're going to say, let me suggest this. We write it up so that you can do this with their approval. So you agree to the terms, the conditions spelled out, how it's equipped, okay, everything we've laid out here, the payment terms, only the delivery is subject to that person's approval. If he says, I can't sign that, there's something wrong in these pieces. And that's what you're trying to find out. You're trying to sort out between the agreement and the third party. This is a great close, but you want to use it late, not early. Do not abuse this close. Unavailable party closed, number 2. Hey, does your spouse, or whoever the person is, does your spouse in this case approve of your present situation and the cost of it? Because if nothing changes except for the fact that your situation is improved, certainly he or she would support you in improving your situation. Let's do this assuming nothing changes. Okay, if that's the case, I need your approval here and here. Okay, again, what we're doing in this close is separating out the third party, the spouse, the board, whoever, with what the real objections are, okay? So I'm saying, look, you're in a present situation right now. Does your wife approve of that? Well, yeah, she approves of it, okay? Good. You know what it costs you every month. We're going to get you out of that situation, replace it with a new situation, and nothing else changes except your situation gets better, man. Okay, if everything gets better, certainly she'd support you in doing this. Let's roll. Okay, Grant, look, if you can keep everything the same and nothing changes, or there's just a little bit of change, or there's not a significant amount of change, or we can stay within this amount of change, I'm in. See, what you just did was close a deal rather than waiting for him to go talk to someone else, which probably means he's going to go shop somewhere else, look at something else, and possibly get closed by someone else like me. Because most of these people you're talking to that need somebody else to talk to, Grant, I got to talk to my management team. Look, man, if nothing changes, okay, if nothing changes, but you improve your situation by getting this new equipment, and financially nothing changes, okay, what are they going to say no to? Well, they wouldn't. Grant. Good, let's roll. Okay, then you'll find out you have a decision maker and you can close this deal. Think about it close, number one. Grant, I need to think about it. Sir, thought is instantaneous. I want you to think of an elephant. Did you get it? See, thought is immediate and instantaneous. It's not something that takes time. Think about the watch on my arm right now. How long did that take? It took that long. See, what I need you to do now is make a decision, not think about it. It's yes or no now. It's do or don't do. Look, I'm fine with either one. Which one is it? Yay or nay? If it's yay, I need you to sign right here. This think about it close is absolutely lethal. You'll be using it every day. And I'll tell you from time to time, you're going to use this 2 or 3 times, you might a month, or maybe you're going to use it 10 or 12 times in a year, or maybe you're going to use it once a year. This close you'll use every day, okay? It's stronger than death. So, you see, personally, I never believe people when they say, I need to think about it. I always assume that is a stall or there's some other consideration going on. They're more likely to need more information, would you agree, than they need more time to think about something. This close sets up finding out what is really wrong. How does it go? Sir, thought takes that long. Think about your house catching on fire right now. Did you get it? How long did that take? It took that long. As soon as I asked you to think about it, you did. See, we're past the thought, the thinking now. We're into yay or nay decision-making time. We're into yes or no, do it or don't do it. Hey, I'm fine with either one, okay? Just tell me what it is. Yay, I need you to sign right here. If it's nay, let me know that. See, I'd rather know where I'm at, not I need to think about it. Great close, you'll use it daily. Think about it close, number 2. Hey, I understand you need to think about it. However, understand that thinking about it will not change the fact that this purchase saves you money, your company needs it, and sooner or later, you're going to do it. Let's get it done now so you can think about all the other things that need your attention. I need your approval here and here. Okay, again, you're handling time. You're taking time out of this I need to think about it thing. What are you going to tell them? Hey, I understand you need to think about it. Most people think about it, but the reality is, you thinking about it doesn't change the fact that it's the right product for you. You need it. You're going to do it sooner or later. It saves you money. You've been needing to do it for a long time. Thinking about it isn't going to change anything. Let's do this and get it handled. So you can put your attention on other things. Sir, I need your signature here. Great close. You're going to use it constantly. You might stack multiple think about it closes together, okay? Keep it light, smile while you're doing it, okay? And you'll become a master at the close. Think about it close 3. Great. Do you think 2 or 3 days would be long enough? Or would 2 or 3 weeks be better? Man, I don't even need 2 or 3 days, much less 3 weeks. Look, the truth is no matter how long you take, you're going to be faced with the same 3 questions either way. Could I share them with you? Number 1, does this product get you what you want? Get an answer. Number 2, can you afford this product? Get an answer. Number 3, am I the person that you want to do business with and have support you in this purchase? If it's yes to all of them, sign right here. Hey, this is one of my all-time favorite closes. You'll use it all the time. It again is around time. I mean, this close is so powerful. I have other people, other trainers, knocking off my closes, knocking off some of these closes and using them for themselves and claiming they created. Now, personally, I don't care. I think, imitation is the greatest form of flattery. So I love it when people do that. We just keep creating new material for you. Look, while this close relieves the sense of having to do something right now, when I say, oh, you need to think about it, no problem. Been 2 or 3 days long enough, or would you like to take 2 or 3 weeks? See, it shows you that you're not like in a hurry to get something done. So always, when they need time, you want to offer people more time. And they'll always say, man, I don't need 3 weeks. I don't even need 3 days. I'll call you back in an hour and tell you. You see, when you offer people more than they ask for, they're going to say, I don't need all that. I just need this. Okay? So that might put you in that situation. But what you want to do here, because this is not about time, this is about taking time out, is, no matter how long you take, okay, you're going to be faced with 3 questions. 3 questions of this. Do you want to own this product? Does it work for you? Does it solve your problems? Are you confident it'll do what you want it to do? Do you believe in the product? Number 2, can you afford it? If he says yes to 1 and no to 2, hey man, you need to find out why he can't afford it. You don't need to go to question 3. If he says, yes, I can afford it, great. Am I the guy you want to do business with? Am I the person that you want to have service you, support you for the next 5 years that you're going to own this product? Yeah, Grant, good. Then let's roll. Let's do this. Let's get it done. Okay? This sets up identifying the real objection as product, price, or terms, or me. Okay, great close. Learn it and use it. About it close. Number 4. Hey, great. Most people want to take time to think about their decision before they make a decision. Let me ask you this. On a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being you are absolutely certain and ready to go, and number 1 being you wouldn't take it no matter what, okay? Where do you stand at this time on this purchase? From 1 to 10. Get an answer, okay? Then ask, no matter what he tells you, 4, 6, 8, I'm a 9, I'm a 10, whatever he tells you, short of 10 actually, what would make it a 10? Oh, well, Grant, man, if you could do this, this, and this, that would take it from a 7 to a 10, and I'd be ready to roll right now. It's a great close, okay? Great close. On a scale from 1 to 10, where do you find yourself right now? See, this close allows you to determine what the real objection is, and trust me, when they add time, there's an objection. There's something there. There's either just a stall and they're just trying to put you off. The objection being to, hey, I really don't feel confident enough in myself to make a decision, or I need more information, or I need to shop someone else, or whatever, okay? It's either a stall or it's an objection. So we want to find out which one. By agreeing with their need to think about it, always agree, then ask them, hey, I understand you need to think about it. Most people need to think about it. Most people add time to their decision making. Let me ask you a question. On a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being complete certainty, okay? Where do you stand right now, okay? If you were to make a decision right now, or tell me how you rate yourself between 1 and 10, 10 being certain, where would you rate yourself right now on making a decision on this product, this purchase, this investment, etc.? What you're doing is finding out what the real objection is. While it momentarily relieves the buyer's sense of having to do something right now, hey man, most people need to add time to their decision. It positions you to find out what it takes on the rating scale to get this person to do something right now. If they say a 7, I'm on a 7, great. So what would make it a 10, right? Well, you'd have to do this and this. Great. I'm I'm going to do this and this. Let's get this done right now and go for close. Think about it closed, fine. I understand you want to add some time to this, and as a consumer myself, I have said exactly the same thing at exactly this time. And here's the reality. When I was in that situation, there was a couple things going on for me, okay? Number one, I wasn't yet on the right product and did not want to tell the salesperson. Number two, maybe the money was right, the terms weren't right, the condition wasn't right, and I didn't want to tell the salesperson. Or three, there was some other concerns that still hadn't been addressed. Let me ask you, which one's going on for you right now? Take the time in this close to show understanding, use agreement to establish what the real objection is. As, look, you got to find out what this stall is about. Time is about something else not clarified. Okay? If you don't know what the real situation is, you cannot resolve it. This close will allow you to determine what the real objection is so you can handle it if there is a real one. To use these types of closes successfully, you have to be convinced there is a deal. Okay? Remember, in the rules of closes, we talk about always see the deal. Always know there's an agreement. Don't give up. Sell them. Don't let them sell you. So in this close, I'm going to do what? You know, I've been in exactly the same situation you have. And when I tell somebody I need to think about it, many times the truth is I'm on the wrong product and don't want to tell the guy. B, I'm on the right product, the money's wrong and I don't want to tell the guy. Or three, there's something else going on that just is not working for me and I don't want to tell him. Which one is it for you? do this has to be based on how reasonable you are with facts. Okay, what I mean is, man, we don't make rash decisions. Sir, we've been working on this 10 months. I mean, I know you don't want to make a rash decision. I never make rash decisions. I wouldn't want you to make a rash decision, but the reality is, 10 months, okay? I've met with you 12 times, man. I got this much paperwork on your desk where we've done research, surveys, collected data, due diligence. Look, you can't make a rash decision at this time. Most of the time, when you hear this, the buyer doesn't need more time. They either aren't yet closed on your proposition or the product. So that's what you're going to do by flushing this out and saying, look, it's not rash to do it. You chuckle and smile when you say this, okay? Hey, I'm with you, man, but look, this wouldn't be rash if you did it right now, okay? We've been 4 hours together this trip. Let's do this now and get it done. This reactive, irrational, rash response. Look, most people don't make rash decisions, okay? And in fact, most people take way too long to get anything done. Don't be scared to tell people the truth. And don't confuse agreement and disagreement. There is a time and a point where I'm going to tell somebody, I agree with you, I'm with you. Hey, but look, what you're saying right now doesn't make any sense, okay? I'm disagreeing, but what did I do first? Agree. So, don't make a rash decision too. Part 2 here, okay, is what? Sir, I'm with you, okay? The truth is, there's no way for this to be rash now. This is now logical, smart, factual, and sensible. You need to do it. Let's roll. Nothing to do with decision. Close. Hey, Grant, we never make a rash decision, you know. I need some time to think about it. Sir, I hear you, and I agree with you. But look, the reality is, there's only a few reasons why you wouldn't do this tonight. None of which, by the way, has anything to do with your ability to make a decision. Can I share these with you? Yeah, sure. What are they? 1, lack of confidence in the product. 2, price or terms are not right for you. And 3, you don't have confidence in me and the company. Now, I want to know, which one is it? Hey, look, quit letting them delay the close with time. and find out what the objection, complaint, or the stall is. This is a great close, and it'll gain great respect from your buyer. People are going to love you when you use these closes when they're like, Grant, we don't make rash decisions, we can't do it. And you're like, look, man, look, you're not going to make a decision tonight, not because of your inability to make a decision or because you need more time. It's going to be because of the product, the price, or me and the company. That's it. People avoid making decisions because they lack confidence in their own ability to make good decisions. And or because something's still not right. So let's separate the ability and find out me, the product, the money, what is it, find out what it is, inspire them to make a decision, let them know they can make a decision regardless of what they're telling you. Great close. Either way close. We're not making a decision now. I understand, sir. I understand, ma'am. I understand completely. But the truth is, either way you're making a decision. Look, you'll either make a decision to continue with what you have, or you're going to make a decision to get what you deserve. Either way, you're spending money. Either way, you have an obligation. Either way, it's going to cost you money. And either way, you've made a decision. The question now is, okay, whether you're going to reward yourself with something you need and want and will do anyway at some point in the future, something you deserve, or will you make a decision to continue with something old and that you don't want, you don't need, and no longer solves your problems. See, this close, your prospect is already paying before they get involved with you. You understand? It's costing them something. The question really is, what do they want to pay for? You understand? I mean, look, take your product, whatever your product is. If they have it or don't have it, let's say they have something similar and they want to replace it, or they don't have it and they need it, okay? Either way, it's costing. Look, if you don't have something you want, it's costing you something. Would you agree? If you have something that's old that needs to be replaced, that is costing. So when you say we're not going to make a decision today, we're not going to do it, I'm like, look, you're making a decision either way, man. I mean, either way, you're making a decision, okay? If I tell my wife, well, I don't want to go to the movie today, I don't want to make a decision on the movie today, she's going to be like, look, either way, you're making a decision. We're either going to go to the movie and enjoy it, or we're going to stay here and do nothing. Either way, it costs us something. It costs us $28 to go to the movie, and it might cost us hundreds of dollars to stay home because we might have gotten enjoyment out of the movie. You get what I'm saying? All decisions cost something is my point, okay? I know some of you are like, how does it cost you money not going to the movies? Because maybe you do something at the house that ends up damaging something and it costs you a couple $100 to fix it, when if you'd have been at the movie, it wouldn't happen. See, to do nothing is what costs people something. Something new costs something too. But typically, when I pay extra money for something new, I get something greater than what I paid. Use this close, okay? It's, look, you're buying either way. Either way, you're hooking up. Either way, you're spending money. Either way, you're making a decision. Let's go ahead and make a decision and get what you want, get what you deserve. You're going to do it anyway. Sooner or later, let's roll.